How is everyone doing? Give just a little bit of time. Let's see. And then we'll get into a little bit of news. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Let me do a little announcement and then we will get off to the races. I didn't. I know that I had talked about what had I talked about? My hair is a mess. I thought my headbands had captured a little bit more of it. There's just this little bit that's like, nah. We would prefer not to be under your headphones. All right. I suppose we could have had a little bit of music while we're waiting for people. We could have had just a little bit of background instead of just sitting in silence. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Oh. Just gonna chill and chat for a little while. Chill and chat. That sounds bad. It does. That's all right. Sometimes not everything is what it sounds like. We'll have to be okay with that. I have a lot of stuff I've been doing. I almost need to make a I feel like there's enough people that are interested in like just some of the dumb stuff. I almost need to vlog. I hate vlogging and vloggers, just the whole group, so I don't do it. Oh, but yeah, this week was one of those weeks. I did. I have to say, I got to do some tree work, and I particularly enjoy tree work. So I'll count that as a good thing. I actually the later today. Yesterday, I got it all ready to be logged out, and now I've got to log 2 trees out of the woods, which is pretty fun. So I'll be doing that. So I'm looking forward to later today. I'll be sore though. I don't do it enough where I exercise all of those muscles all of the time. So it's definitely it's gonna be a lot of work, but I enjoy that. Be nice. You put some music on, just go out in the woods. The one thing I have to say is, for those of you who haven't worked in the woods, and I don't know, maybe some other people know some secret sauces that I don't. My legs get bit up. I get destroyed by some bugs, so that's my least favorite part of it. I'm trying to teach them to not be so rude, you know. Trying to get them to not be so rude. How are your guys' weeks? I know that I said that I wanted to. I was looking to this week actually put on a couple like live recorded, like just my thoughts on some stuff. You know, I have something I've been wanting to say about the internet or AI has a pricing problem, and I said I was going to do that, and then I didn't because we were in the hospital for some of those days. So my week has been super long, and I didn't do any of those things, so sorry about that. I will look at trying to get some of those done this upcoming week, if possible, but yeah. Hello, Russell. How are you doing? Just giving people a little bit of time to filter in. Yeah, but so I had a long, everybody's okay, but it was a super long week, so I apologize I didn't get to any of those other things that I was planning on getting to. I'm still planning on getting to them. Just not last week, so. There's a big cherry tree that fell down, that I got bucked and, ready to be logged out, which is pretty cool. Gonna take the top of it and I'm gonna split that up really nice and small for smoking. We're gonna season that, and then we're gonna cut the base of it up for lumber, which is always fun. I actually wish, so I do something with trees that I wish I would see more from property managers. I tried to do something I like to call, I don't know what I would call it at this point, but like we take either trees that were down or trees that aren't healthy and just robbing resources from healthy trees and remove those. Those are the trees that we remove, to actually try to encourage a healthier forest. And we don't take all the down trees either, because especially if they're like pine, because there's not a lot of good stuff to do with pine, but it's like a good ecosystem, but I don't know. It's an interesting way to manage your forest, right? You're actually just trying to make the forest better, and using the thing. Anyways, I digress. Sitting here thinking while we're passing time. Anyways, we got a big cherry tree that I'm very excited about. Very rarely do you get the big cherry trees. And it's also in really good condition. So basically, it was a big cherry tree that grew in basically shallow soil. There's rock pretty close to where its roots were growing, and so it couldn't grow deep roots. So eventually, it just got heavy enough that it fell over, which is awesome. I mean, not awesome. It was a beautiful tree, but it's also awesome because I get a beautiful cherry tree. The one log on the small side, so I cut them into 12-foot sections. It's 28 inches. I don't mill much larger than that. That's a pretty big log to me. Also, my tractor has a hard time. Wet weight, it's close to 3,500 pounds. So pretty heavy. So I don't have the equipment to lift much more than that, is I guess what I'm saying. If it gets much heavier than that, I gotta cut it shorter to make it lighter. Anyways. Oh, we can get into the news now. I've given people enough time. And then I think we're just gonna be doing some Rust after this. People want to stick around for that. All right, so we have some pretty exciting stuff to cover. Hopefully everybody's doing well, and I hope that your weekend is started well, finishes well, and thanks for spending some of that time, of your precious time, here. And hopefully we can learn something. Let's cover the news. What's out there? Let me close my door. Let me close my door really quickly. I'll be right back. All right. Now the door is closed. I turned the music off and I was like, oh, now I can hear. I don't know about whether you guys can hear, but I could hear. The travesty. All right, so we have a couple things in cybersecurity that I don't know if we've covered, but it's good to know. We know that last week we talked lightly about Replit deleting a database. There was another incident with AIs that we should talk about, and honestly, maybe this is the video that I should put together, is a safely handling AIs in current today 2025 environment. There's a lot of safety precautions you need to be taking. So another one of those that we need to look at here is this one here. So basically, Amazon AI is tricked. There was a supply chain attack. It's actually a really simple attack, and it was tricked into deleting stuff off of people's computers. So basically, there was instructions that were fed to it to clean a system to near factory state. These weren't caught. It was a supply chain attack. And so then the Q developer software started to basically try to clean a system to near factory state. So this was all in the prompt engineering that was being done to Q developer. So this is just a kind of a warning of what you might like. The interesting part about AI as it is it actually has more areas of attack. There's the model, there's the thing that runs the model, but there's also all of the data that feeds the model. I've actually been saying this for a long time, is it's going to be really hard for these companies to actually clean all of that data up And there's probably going to be companies completely derived around making sure, collecting, and making sure that data is clean of all of this type of stuff, because these AI companies have classically just been going out to the internet and collecting data, but you can poison the well that way very easily. There's actually another word for it. I call it poisoning the well, but basically poisoning the data that it's collecting. And so they need to be really, really careful. This is not that specifically, but it is a supply chain attack. So they just have so many facets to attack. We literally have no idea of how to actually secure AI models at this moment. Like, that's probably the big thing out there. And then the other thing is AI models are designed to have variability in it. That's actually how they're designed. They're not designed to have one set of inputs produce one set of outputs. Because of that, you have to understand, if you're using it in a production system or whatnot, that is a possibility. It could delete stuff. So if you don't want it deleting production databases, don't give Replit access to deleting production databases. Don't give it access to these types of things. Even when I ran Cursor in YOLO mode, the only thing I gave it access to was cargo. I was like, yeah, let it run cargo run. Like that's fine. You can run cargo run to test stuff out. So be thinking about that, because yeah, it's meant to, everything an AI does is a hallucination. It's just a statistical analysis of what it thinks a software engineer, not that it thinks, the statistical analysis would say is statistically relevant to do. So anyways, there's a lot of stuff like this happening. I do need to make a video on that. As far as other hacks go, the only other one that I saw that was notable was T. I didn't know what T was. I guess it's like Yelp, but for men and closed off. So like Yelp is open to anybody and people can reply to it, but this is like Yelp rating men, but men aren't able to actually like. Anyways, doesn't matter. I don't know much about anything about this, but the interesting thing here was they didn't address it here. They said a data store, but I have it under pretty good I have it under pretty good authority that data store is Firebase. And I'm just going to say over and over again, don't use Firebase. Firebase is used to leak your data. It's hard to secure. You know, this is Arc browser 2.0, 3.0. Like, this is what happened to them. And the problem is, even if you secure it all right now, even if you figure out Firebase right now, is it never going to change? Are you never going to change anything? And if you do, you open yourself up to having the exact same problem. I know that Firebase seems really good at the beginning, and when you're just making an application, it feels amazing. It just feels amazing because it's so fast and iterative. It is literally one security nightmare. It's just one security nightmare. Like, I can't add more to that because that's what it is. Please don't use Firebase. I literally, if I know a service is using Firebase, I won't use that service. Like, that is. I told my wife she can't go on T and rate me as a fantastic dater because they use Firebase and they're just going to leak stuff. Whether they get it secure today or in the future. That's what Firebase does. Statistically, after RM comes R minus RF slash. Oh, a lot of those T users are gonna. I know nothing about T. Yeah, I know nothing about the thing, and I don't want to get into that because when I started looking up what was going, I was like, whoa, people are super. I don't know anything about it. I guess it's the number 2 app on the Apple Store. Um, so I know nothing beyond that. That it used Firebase, and I think that Firebase and Graph can be used at the size of somebody like Facebook. I would even say the company of my size can't use it because it requires such rigorous security practices and gates in place. And the problem is people use Firebase because they're small teams, and so like the allure of Firebase is the reason you shouldn't use it, which sucks. I don't have a good fix for Firebase. Like I really don't. Like I don't know. The way it operates is the reason you shouldn't leverage it. Does that mean that most? No, I figured what it meant was that Android users obviously are the good people, so you don't have to tee on people, right? That's the moral of the story that we could take. The bad people are all Apple users. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. But anyways, the like I said, I'm not a drama streamer for the most part. I mean, I do pull out a drama llama every once in a while, but usually I try to keep the drama into technical stuff. I don't know anything about tea. I don't really care. I would actually protect the rights of people to, whether I liked it or not, to go and say stuff. I generally err on that side. Now, were people spreading false allegations? I have no idea. I don't know. I also kind of don't care. There could be people spreading lies about me on T. I should have my wife go check. No, I'm just joking. I'm not gonna do that. Anyways, those were all jokes. So let's move on. The moral of the story is don't. I would say actually like Firebase is just one big trap. I very rarely speak so harshly and negative about a technology. It's just how it was designed that like every single time I see somebody that uses Firebase, it is the same thing that happens. Like it is so easy to screw up. And Firebase marketed itself towards non-security experts, to small teams that don't have like really rigorous things set in place. So like that's like the really big problem, and it's I just don't know of a good solution to it other than just to avoid it. The data is now online for all. It's fine. Good point. Never mind. You know what? The first thing that came to mind when like what, a couple days ago I learned about this platform T. I was like, how easy would it be to submit a deep fake and get on the platform? I kind of wanted to try. I actively kind of wanted to try to see if I could get on the platform. Not because I live in the middle of nowhere. Not because I actually want to be on the platform. I just want to know how hard it would be. That's all. I also drive a Tesla, which I don't know if you guys know this or not, but a cheater should never drive a Tesla, because you can actually pull up your phone and see where the car is at all times. And you can see where it's gone at all times. So, if you have the trust issues, get your spouse a Tesla, because it's not a great one for that. It's not great. All right. Those were the two big security things that I saw. I have something to talk about with NIST. NIST released some stuff that I want to talk about. It's a little like probably mostly a nothing burger, but I wanted to let you guys know that it was going on. Did you guys see anything else in security that I missed? Oh, I did. Okay. Yeah, I also try to avoid politics as like obviously I'm a person, and so as I talk you can piece together how I believe in a basic, and we all believe specific things and have our own set of stuff. But I do try to I do try to, if there's just like really bad politics or policies, I try to call those out. Um you know, but I try to stay out of the politics. Um all right. So, let's talk about a little controversy. I am a firm believer. Here we go. Some personal beliefs. I'm a firm believer that if a company wants to pay for their service leveraging your data, they should be allowed to. So if Google wants to pay for their search engine by leveraging your data and selling you stuff, I think that should be fine. Now, I actually always like a paid alternative without ads. I have actually literally asked for Google to just like let me pay them money to not have ads, would make their service better. My guess is that the amount of money that they get from an average user is more than what a reasonable person would pay. That's my guess. But anyways, I'm a firm believer in that. What I think is despicable and what I think should be, let's be clear, I don't think there should be a law about this, but I do think it should be called out, it should be mocked, and it should not be leveraged. You should not have ads in a paid service. Netflix, YouTube, Premium. If you pay for a service, there shouldn't be ads. That's just, let's put that as a ground. Like, when you pay for something, you get rid of the ads. This is why, like, when there was cable TV, I never watched a ton of TV, but when there was cable and like direct TV, like satellite TV, I never understood why people would pay $100 a month and get ads. Like, it blew my mind, and I want us to stay away from that. Anyways, Amazon CEO Andy, good old Andy, I'd love to talk to Andy, sees an opportunity to deliver ads to users during their conversations with the AI company's AI-powered digital assistants, Alexa Plus. I want to remind you guys, Alexa Plus costs $20 a month. $20 a month. So, it is a service you pay for, and they want to give you ads. That's all I have to say. This should be stopped. This should be mocked, ridiculed. People unsubscribe from Amazon Prime. Don't use Alexa Plus, or just use it constant so it costs them a ton of money. I'm not sure. It's a pretty good one, capability snob. Banning VPNs for the sake of children? Oh, I didn't see this. I might have talked about that. Look, I have children that I very dearly want to protect. That seems like a leap, though. I'm not going to get into that one. I haven't read it, so I don't even. I don't know. I don't know. But I did speak out on the we should make a back. We should be able to sniff. We should make a backdoor to encryption for safety. That's just a load of hogwash. And you know, I feel for our current governments, because our current governments weren't really designed in a way to make laws about things that they don't understand. I mean, to be fair, our governments were put in a place to make laws and that better society. And they're in a bad spot because they're trying to make laws that they don't understand. Now, some laws I give them the benefit of the doubt that they're actually good intentions and just really bad at understanding the topics that they're trying to make a law with. That's not always the case, but I give the benefit of the doubt a lot of times. Yeah, I think that I think, and I'm saying this across the world, the way that we make laws to govern, and don't get me wrong, I'm not an anarchist. I think that we should have laws governing the whole. So like that's not what I'm saying, but I think that it's a little outdated because if you go back 500 years, it's actually fairly easy to understand everything and to make laws broadly. You know, okay, don't steal. We can get on board with this and things like that. Like the set of things that you have to have laws around is much narrower. Now the scope of laws is so broad, it's impossible for me to make an agricultural law that makes sense, right? I don't know much about agriculture, so like I wouldn't be a very good person at it. So you couldn't say, Merrick, make laws for everything. Now, maybe I could make some for online safety and security and whatnot. You know, and there's probably people better at it than I am. But the expectation we have for these people to make good laws across the board is bad. I think that there probably needs to be a different structure for how we devise and make these laws than these governing bodies, because yeah. Anyways, I digress. I don't even have a solution. I'm not like parroting a specific thing. It's a thought I've had, is that we've kind of set them up to fail, and then we complain that they fail because they fail hard all the time. And then it's like, okay, but that's like when your boss never helps you one time and then comes to you and you're like, I'm going to need to put you on a PIP because you haven't been performing. You know, if I ever did that to an employee of mine, the failure would be mine first, right? Like the failure would be mine. I would be the only person deserving of a PIP there, because if I haven't set expectations and haven't set you up for success, then I've done a bad job at being your boss. Now, if I've done those things and to the best of my abilities, now it's on you. Now it's on you. But I feel like that's what we do. But I don't really know. I'm not that smart. I'm just a guy in a basement, or I'm a guy trying to get into the basement. You know, I'm upstairs, so I'm not even in my natural spot. You're a Rust dev? I thought all Rust devs were a little anarchist. I'm like, probably a little, you know, like, as I said, I usually err on the side of freedom, right? Like, not that I say that we shouldn't have any laws or anything, but if like it's 50 cents, half dozen the other, like I would err on the side of freedom versus that. So maybe a little, like I have anarchist tendencies is probably what we'd have to say. You know, I haven't lit anything on no, that I lit something on fire yesterday. Dang it. Before that, it was going to be weeks since I've lit anything on fire. So anarchist tendencies. Twitch just told you. You've heard of nearline communications, right, Russell? They're big believers in not real time, not nearline, just communication. Just communicate. Eventual consistency notification style. Yeah, that's exactly. Okay, we've got on a tangent. Thank you guys. I do appreciate just hanging out with other tech nerds, having some conversations, and talking about the news. Sometimes the news can be depressing. All right. Let's talk about NIST. So NIST, if you guys don't know, it's a U.S. government agency, but they produce a lot of guidelines for companies about security stuff. And they recently basically discovered DevSecOps. Now, I want to talk about DevSecOps. This is actually a topic close to my heart. I currently help push what a lot of people would talk as DevSecOps at my company and lead the charge on those initiatives. Now, I don't talk about my experience at my current company very much because really I want my online presence to be my online presence and not something that I do somewhere else. But I think that this is something that's really near and dear to my heart and something that I actually do a lot with at this point in my life. So anyways, I was reading this right here. The NIST consortium and draft guidelines aim to improve security in software development. Sounds good, kind of a word salad. And you can actually read the draft here if you would like. I was a little disappointed. First, you notice that this is 18 pages. 18 pages isn't a whole lot, but in the end, it just turns out that NIST discovered DevSecOps. And I hate the word DevSecOps because a lot of the times that people think of DevSecOps, they think of DevOps and then they think of ops. And so inevitably, DevOps or DevSecOps becomes ops. And so I don't like teams being called DevOps or DevSecOps because they're not DevOps, like they are not a team. They are a mentality. They are a way of working together. They are a mantra. They are a lot of things, but they're not a team. So you don't have a DevOps team because if you have a DevOps team, you have an ops team and you're missing the point. The whole point of DevOps is a way of working. And that way of working is to reduce feedback loops and get developers information as quickly as possible. So, and to that, I'm a huge believer of. I actually don't love the mixing of SecOps in here because DevOps tries to get you the information faster. DevSecOps sometimes is slowing that down. But I think the reason they think it's speeding you up is because the whole idea is to get you faster feedback loops as far as security is concerned, which is fantastic. And don't get me wrong, there can be people in your company that help make these things possible. And that's what I want to talk about. Anybody that's doing a DevSecOps or SecOps or whatnot should be looking to empower engineers to do these things faster. That's like your job. It's not a gatekeeper. It is empowering the developers to do it the right way, the fastest way. And I know that I'm actually going against industry standard on this, and I'm happy to do so. I feel very strongly about it. You could go and read. There's like a whole bunch of pages about pretty much nothing. It pretty much starts on page 8. I'm going to bring our attention to this graph down here on page 14, I think. Yeah. So this is the CI/CD pipeline, basically. And if you have people working on enabling DevSecOps, all you're doing is having a team that is effectively a platform team that is building platforms that let people deploy quickly and easily, that let them get that feedback quickly and easily. They are enablers. Now, what I'd like to point out is that this is not actually that great of a graph. You have control gates here, which I don't love control gates because control gates mean that you're actually pausing or blocking or being a blocker. And you should try to your hardest to not be a blocker. Now, there are cases where you have to be a blocker. Hey, something has a known vulnerability, you can't deploy it. Our deployment thing won't allow you to deploy it because it has a known vulnerability in it or a known critical or high vulnerability. And that just doesn't work. And so there are definitely gates that you put in here. But what you really should be focusing on here is the feedback loop. Now, how they drew their feedback loop looks like you have to come out here, but they do have these arrows that I wanted to point out that basically the feedback can come from here. And this is what you should look to enable. Basically, when I'm developing, when I'm building, do I get feedback on security? Is there automated things in place to provide me that feedback? Those are what you should be looking and empowering, and really tightening up that feedback loop and looking to do. So, anyways, that's my rant on what DevSecOps is. How 3 pages? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages isn't really enough if you're really wanting to give guidance on this. The problem is taking a chart like this is super open to interpretation. And so people take it and they don't know necessarily how to implement it. And when people see control gates, they are putting they're putting a pre-commit hook here. Oh my goodness. Do not do that. Now, if a team wants pre-commit hooks, let the team have it. But as a company, don't enforce pre-commit hooks places. Let people develop where and how they like to develop. You know what? It's a really great place to put something like this diamond here is in a pull request. Say, hey, before you merge into the main protected branch or whatever your protected branch is, let's actually have a control gate there. But see, this is super open to interpretation, and there's not enough recommendation here. And I think that there needs to be a whole lot more recommendation when you give something like this, especially if you're NIST. A lot of companies point to NIST, and then I spend my time arguing with security people about how, hey, we're meeting NIST goals and requirements because they're so vague, by doing it like this. So, anyways. Janitorial, legal, DevSecOps. Well, I know right. It's not a role. So how I have it split up is we have 2 teams. We have one that does like developer infrastructure and continue it, like how to deploy something to production. And we have one that does how do we enable teams to securely build software. They put gates in where gates are needed, but again, what you should try to do first is enable first. So the how we work on every single team that I have ever managed and led is you enable. You're an enablers. So if we can enable you to develop securely first, do that first. And we only block or gate when absolutely have to for regulatory or, there are reasons for compliance or regulatory needs that you have to block and gate, and we will. But that's it. That's it. Other than that, we look to enable and make it so that the secure method is the correct answer. So when you go and create an AWS account and create a VPC, if you leverage the easy templates that our team produces, then you create those things with all the things set up. Guard duties running. It's connected to what we use for security monitoring and whatnot. And I'm not spilling the tea. I didn't realize people use tea as like a tattling, I guess. Anyways, I didn't realize that until very, very recently. Anyways, but that's my rant. Thank you for my TED Talk. I'm sorry. We'll move on. It's not a role at my company, right? It is a role in the market, and I think it's crazy. I really do. I feel obviously this is what people claim as imposter syndrome, but I feel like I'm very mid, okay? Like I'm not super intelligent, I'm not super smart. I'm mid. That's me. And so I always come to these conclusions when I'm like, I am solidly not where the industry is. But the industry is led by a lot of really smart people. How did we get there? And I think there's a lot of things that go into that. I think that there's a lot of things that drive that, where there's maybe a lot of really good intentions, and a lot of really busy people. And there's a lot of historical baggage that these companies have and drive to get to these places. But I always have to ask myself, is it me? Did I miss the boat? I don't think I did. I try my hardest not to, especially when I then go and rant about it online. I try not to be wrong. I am wrong, and I admit it when I am. But yeah. But no, it's not a role at my company. I work my hardest to make sure that doesn't become a role. Don't hire me for CEO though. I have pretty much decided that I could never be a good CEO. I have morals, and it would be very hard to drive a company with strong morals. I feel like maybe it would be a bad setup. All right, let's talk about Ollama. Ollama released an app, not for us, it turns out. I was kind of a little bummed. So I like playing around with Ollama, and most of Ollama is written in Golang, so it shouldn't actually be much of a problem. I don't know how cool the app actually is for the majority of us, but it looked kind of interesting. But sadly, it's not for us. It's not for us. Ollama has a new app. Basically, it's a UI app where you can chat with whatever local model you want to chat with, and you can even chat to it with files. You can drag and drop files into it, and you can chat with it about those files based off of the amount of memory. Now, the reason I said it's not for you and I is because, well, sadly, it's Mac and Windows. So it's literally not for us. They feel targeted. Targeted is what I'm going to say. I do believe that you can do everything through the command line that this app can, and this is more for non-power users. And non-power users tend to not be Linux users. So I think it's probably fair if there was going to be more work to support Linux, that it's probably not their targeted audience. And that's fair, and that's fine. I'll get over it. I'll get over it. That is mid mentality. I told you I'm mid. I told you I'm mid. So it would fit properly that I'd have the mentality of a mid person, right? I feel like that's is right in line. Right in line. Now, there was something I saw coming up. I guess my streaming PC is a Mac. Although I saw a new AMD based mini PC for $800. I don't have $800 right now, but I saw it and I was like, "Ooh, that looks like a streaming PC. That looks like a streaming PC. Probably would run Linux, but that looks like a streaming PC." I might be going for that when I can afford it. The thing that I would like to do is I would like to then take the Mac Mini and try to root it to Linux and then run Kubernetes on it. Because if I can do that, I think the Mac Mini is maybe the best Kubernetes home lab ever. So whenever I get the $800 for that, I'll switch that out, make it my streaming PC, and then we'll try to root the Mac Mini. Anyways, there was something that came up that I saw the register released that I wanted to share with you all because I do think that this is kind of concerning and you guys need to be careful of it. Oracle has a tendency of going after people. And by that, I mean, if you look at the history of Java, if you accidentally even look at Java, you do a sideways, you look at it like that, you're like, oh, ooh, Java. They're going to email you and your whole corporate staff and demand money for licensing. That's how it works. If you don't take my word for it, go on your corporate network and download it. You're going to get, if you're like me, we block it at the corporate network. You can't go download Java or the Java SDK and JDK, whatever it's called. You can go download the Open JDK and those types of things, but on our corporate network, you can't download it from Oracle. And the reason being is if you download it and never use it or touch it, they are going to come after you for licensing fees because a corporate network touched it. Okay? So it's very, very important. And this is happening to another thing. So it used to be that with VirtualBox, you could say that it was a subscription, or not a subscription, but a trial, and Oracle would walk away. But they are removing that. Oracle has introduced new licensing terms that some user may see as hidden within the terms of VirtualBox, the general purpose VM software. So somebody in Germany might be liable for a licensing charge under the updated terms and condition, even if they didn't use the software. Before the change, Oracle would email those that downloaded the VirtualBox extension pack and say, "Thank you for downloading. This is a commercial license, and we have to talk to you about licensing fees." And then the user could just say, "We downloaded it for evaluation, and we uninstalled it. I would say uninstalled it a couple of months ago, and therefore we don't need to pay for the fee." Who says deinstalled? Is that like a colloquialism in a different? I've like literally never seen that. So basically now it's not part of the personal use and evaluation anymore. So if you download it, you're trapped basically. So you got to be really careful at this point. If you're going to download it, and basically I say you have to be really careful. Just don't use KVM. KVM's better anyways. So yeah, just don't use it. I wouldn't download Java. This does not affect me, but I wanted to point it out. It's a classic thing that they've done from Java to now VirtualBox. So it makes sense that that's what they're doing. That's how they try to work. So I have never liked VirtualBox, to be fair. Even a long time ago when I tried to use it, it didn't support nested virtualization. So basically, you can't have virtualization inside of the virtualization through VirtualBox. I find that pretty limiting. There you go. I know. Why would Oracle, the squeaky clean reputation a company, do something so exactly? It's like Oracle buys these open source projects and things with the intent to slowly undermine their license and trick people into paying them licensing fees. Blows my mind. What company would do that? I just can't believe that good, kind-hearted companies that have the customer's best interest in mind would do such a thing. We need to reach out to Larry and see if he knows. You're right. Larry this is probably happening. One of his henchmen, I mean VPs underneath him, is probably doing this to make money himself. This is Larry probably really doesn't know. He's too busy yachting it up, but VP of henchmen. That's the VP. It was the VP of henchmen. Oh boy. So Anthropic is rolling out updates that I called. I called this because we saw this happen with Cursor. We've seen this happen with a lot of things. So Anthropic has an unlimited, but it's less unlimited now. Now, Anthropic is rolling out new weekly rate limits on Claude Pro and Max in August. We'll estimate it will apply to less than 5% of subscribers based on current usage. So as I work on my AI has a pricing problem, we see more and more companies trying to curb this excessive use. And I say excessive use, it's just the use of their systems. Now, they say it will apply to less than 5%. I don't really know how much that actually is. And this is a good estimate, so we'll see. There are also weekly rate limits instead of monthly rate limits, which is a little bit nicer because they reset faster. We'll see how much this actually affects people, but I think we'll see much, much more of this coming in the future, just due to that. In the vein of talking about AI, we have other information here. I didn't want to talk about that quite yet. In the same vein, since we're talking about AIs, devs seem to be frustrated with AI coding tools that deliver nearly right solutions. I've been talking a lot about this. So we're going to do the Stack Overflow survey. I don't know when we'll review the Stack Overflow survey. Do you guys want to review it with me, or do you want me to review the survey by myself and then go over it with you all? Would you prefer just to go through it together, or would you prefer me to go through and document the things that I think are interesting, or that align with what I think or don't align with what I think matches reality, or why they might be that way? So this one in particular is really interesting because this is something I've been harping on a lot, is that companies will say, hey, you accepted 20 of 50 or of 50 suggestions. And that might be right, but that might be because I accepted it and then went back and fixed it. And the fact is, it's pretty bad. It's happening a lot. Unless if it's like a canned thing where I have examples above and it can do it, where I've already written the code once before, the AIs are pretty dented and don't have a very good time at it. That title, switch it out AI coding with colleagues, and it's still right. Devs are frustrated with colleagues that deliver nearly right solutions. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. We'll get to the JetBrains news in just a second. Uh, I feel like the more people actually use AI tools, the more they actually come to my understanding that I tried to popularize like 2 years ago, where like, yeah, probably you're going to see a lot more uses of these, and I think that there's actually a lot more. I actually think that coding is maybe, don't get me wrong, I think you could use it for tab complete, and as long as it's cheap, I think like tab complete it's fairly good at, especially if you limit it to just a few lines or even just a single line. It's fairly good tab autocomplete. But like the thing that I think people are coming around to as far as like just doing all the work, they're still pretty bad. And we're going to test this in the AI games. We have a lot of plans for the AI games this winter. And a lot of it's going to be purely automated. Like the AIs are going to be given lists of stuff to do, and they're going to go do it. And we're going to see how well they actually achieve the end goal. So yeah. Anyways, let's talk about this. JetBrains working on higher level abstraction programming language. Now, I have said, and I have argued, that AI failed if we have to learn another language to learn to speak to the AI, to learn to program. They're basically talking about TypeScript for AI, basically, which basically is a language to let AI models program that could transpile my understanding at this moment into either a lower level language or is like a JIT, just in time compilation type of language that would have like really good, basically make a language that is really statistically easy to guess what the next line is. You know, that's what your kind of your goal is. But not only that, be able to give the AI feedback to let it do that. But I do think that we have failed if this is what we're having to do, where we're writing in a language to write in a language to write a language. You know, part of me says that TypeScript failed because that's what TypeScript is doing. It's writing in a language to write another language. You wrote a higher abstraction language over another language. That's like having Go compile into Rust. Like, that's not really the objective. Now, I don't know about this language. I haven't gotten to try it yet, but so it could be really, really cool. But basically, it lets you describe the program at a much higher abstraction, but in a way that AIs are programmed for. So you have to learn another language to get the AI to write your... Anyways, this is where I feel like we've kind of failed if this is the world we move to, right? Like, did the AIs make that big of a difference? I don't know. You know, like, obviously I can't see the future, but I feel like this is the wrong way. This is the not correct way to go. What are your all thoughts? Do you think making a language that is designed to be ingested by an AI to write software languages like is the right way to go? I find it hard to... For me, the reason I struggle with this, and we see this with like Java and Python, and these are higher level, more abstraction. And the more Ruby on Rails is a great one. These are higher level, more abstraction. And the more abstraction you get, the less you understand actually what's going on. And the less you understand what's actually going on behind the scenes under it, the harder it is to debug and maybe more importantly, to modify safely and push forward. So this is actually another reason that I really love microservices that I actually don't talk about a whole lot. But if you keep a microservice small enough, it's actually really easy to reason about the changes that you're going to make to that microservice. It's actually, by definition, much smaller and easy to reason about. And if you design your microservice in a way that it's independently deployable, independently testable, independent, all of those things, it's actually fairly easy or easier to say deploying this new version also isn't going to have a major effect on things. We have some contract tests that are in place that says, hey, this is the contract I hold to. I'm still holding to that contract. So nobody cares about the internal changes that I made or the new feature that I made because there's no contract for that yet. So the thing is, the more abstraction you add, the more difficult it is to debug an issue. You're going to have issues where things go down, problems happen, and when that happens, the more levels of abstraction you have, the more you have to dig down through it. It's a problem that plagues Wasm. Well, is it a problem with your code, or is it a problem with how it transpiled to Wasm? Or not, it's not called Wasm, whatever the language, whatever. In TypeScript, it's a problem with TypeScript. Is it a problem in TypeScript or the way that it's being transpiled into JavaScript? You know, it's a problem in microservice architectures where you have a huge stack of different tools and technologies where it's like, okay, we have this problem, but where is the actual problem? What led to this problem? So I don't know that this is the right answer. Like, it's like we got a tool and we're forcing it to work. Like we said, we have AI, but it doesn't work. And we want it to work so badly that we're willing to do all of this extra abstraction to make it work. I don't know. That's why I consider it to have failed, if this is the way we go. Hey! We got a... Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. X. 5 gifted subs. What a legend. Everybody give X a hello. Thank you so much. I absolutely mean it. Thank you very, very much. And everybody that got a subscription from Boy X, make sure to say thank you. That is super awesome. You now get to watch this ad-free. I do run the bare minimum of ads, but it's still 3 minutes of ads. You know what? I could just run an ad right now just to prove that you don't have to watch the ads anymore because of Boy X. So thank you so much, X. I super appreciate it. You have a problem with a problem? All right. Something big happened with, sorry for ranting on that. You know, and obviously this new language could be amazing. It really, really could be. I hate it when we try, like, I saw this with blockchain so much, and it stopped us from actually talking about blockchain and like the cool things blockchain could do, because I always felt like if I promoted blockchain, I was going to promote somebody getting ripped off. And if I promoted any of the technologies on that, I was promoting Ponzi schemes for the majority of it, or rug pulls, or whatever you want to call the modern day Ponzi scheme. I felt like I couldn't talk about some of the really cool technical problems I solved and possibly some of the real world things. I tried to do it, and I made one video about how GitHub is actually a blockchain, and how GitHub actually GitHub is a blockchain, and it has proof of human as far as making a change. So, anyways, I tried, but like not very successfully. And I feel AI is the same way. We now have this new tool, and everything is, everything is a nail. You have a hammer, everything's a nail. It doesn't matter if it's a screw, if it's an Allen wrench, everything's a nail. You're going to use the hammer the exact same way. And I feel like we just got a new hammer, and everything feels... Yeah, they did come up with Kotlin. They're the Kotlin. Why is this stuck on there? I wonder if we do something like this. Why did it... We have a bug, people. We have a bug. I wonder... Can we do a rolling restart? Can we do a rolling restart? Let me try to do a rolling restart of the service. Oh, man. Well, thank you, X. Thanks. I'm glad that there's a community that people enjoy. I really, those words right there mean a lot to me, that somebody actually came out and said that there's a community here of people that's worth hanging out with. Like I said, I'm not going to always have the right take. I try to take responsibility when I have the wrong take. So I take responsibility a lot of the time. Wow, I was so off on that. My goodness. Let's see. So I think it's an OBS problem, because if we look here, you guys can't see because it's over. It's not actually here. It's not actually here. So OBS is oh, there we go. I just told it to refresh the page. I was gonna say, I think that it was just an OBS, like, it didn't refresh the page. Maybe its WebSocket died. That would be interesting. So each page has a WebSocket to that. I suppose that could have helped, or that could have been the thing. All right. Anyways, so I will be interested in that higher level language. We'll see what it does, how it works, and we'll give it a shot when it opens up. Something I think is actually pretty cool that came out, that happened, that I didn't see a whole lot of people talking about. All right, just wanted to mark that. One thing that I saw happen that I thought was pretty cool, and I wanted to give it a shout out because, well, it's pretty cool. And I actually think this is going to be really big for the project, and I think it's going to actually provide some semblance of protection, as they've had some issues going on in the past. The Internet Archive, once in a generation milestone. This October, 1 trillion pages will have been archived. But this isn't actually the big news for the Internet Archive. So I'm a big fan of the Internet Archive. I think that it does a lot of good work. But there's actually a bigger deal to happen here. This letter, the United States Senate, they still use font from the 1800s, but that's fine. The United States Senate, dear Superintendent, I'm writing to notify the Government Publishing Office that in response to the enclosed letter I received from the founder and digital librarian of the Internet Archive, I am designating the Internet Archive as a federal depository library in California. So this has now put the Internet Archive as a federal library. And, I'm not a big legal expert here, so I can't tell you the legal ramifications of this, but it does bring us more validity to the Internet Archive. It's going to be harder for people to necessarily trounce on some of the stuff because now it is a federal it is a federal depository library in California. Sorry, blanked on the words that were staring me right in the face. I just had to read them. So yeah, I think this is a big deal. I think that it's pretty cool to see. I like this. I think this will be good. Now I could be very wrong. And this could be like a very bad thing in the future. We'll find out. But I think that this was a good thing, and I was excited for them about this. So, anyways, I just wanted to bring it up to people. You can go read the letter yourself in the Internet Archives, because that's where you read these letters. My understanding is that this will help with the lawsuits about lending material out, like a library, but not being a library. That's my understanding, is that this basically protects them from that because they're now technically a library. Again, I'm not a legal expert, but that's my understanding on this as of this point. Like I said, what it will be, what it will exactly mean, we'll have to let the dust settle. We'll have to see what that is, but I think this could be very good. All right, we have some open source news to cover. Just two things. Gateway. If you guys didn't know, the K is silent. The K is silent. Gateway, the next generation for Kubernetes. It's like Knight, where we pronounce it night. I do believe we got this from the British. I blame the British, whether it's the British's fault or not. This keeps falling down on me. One second. Up. Tighten. I don't love this arm. I don't love it. Stay up. All right. A gateway. It's pronounced gateway. K is silent. I'm pretty sure, because otherwise you have to be like gateway, which is difficult to pronounce for sure. The next generation gateway for Kubernetes, AI, and agents. So the big news here is that Gateway has now been made into the CNCF, has been inducted into it. It was originally a project called Glue. So if you don't know what Glue was this thing basically specifically for AI. Now it has branched out to be, I think, a little bit more than just around AI, but Glue was originally for AI. Let's see. Glue in 2008, a project to provide modern API management within Kubernetes. I thought it was really around AI, but maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's added AI stuff, and that's when I noticed it. So anyways, it does ingress, it does API gateway stuff, it does service mesh stuff. Is it better than Istio? I don't know, but it's another option. Just in case you were confused as to what to use, didn't know, you now have Gateway to leverage. Gateway for Kubernetes. I agree. No, it's not, unfortunately. Okay. You've tried it, Russell? Gateway for Kubernetes? I think the hard thing is, what's really difficult here is that these people are trying to solve a problem generically, And it's a hard problem that usually isn't a generic problem. And so what happens is it keeps expanding to support everybody's use case. And as it does this, the options kind of multiply. And I feel like they just always get overly complicated. I almost feel like the best thing to do is to make one that doesn't support everybody's use case and is hyper focused on like, we'll do it our way. I don't know that that's the right way. I just get the feeling every time I see like Istio or Gateway or I want to say Linear B, and it's not Linear B, but it's like the other one. Where is there where's the landscape? Cloud native landscape. 1 second. I'll find it. It's very easy to find. Give me 1 second. Linker D. Linker D is what I was trying to. Linker D. What I find with all of these is that they just keep expanding to support everybody's use case, and they become so complicated it's difficult to use. I don't know if that's a cynical take or a good take, right? I actually I think that happens sometimes. I think that happens sometimes where a product doesn't quite make it to the sellable point, or you realize that a product isn't sellable. I think this is actually why there's a lot of dev tools are open source, is because dev tools are hard to sell. And so you reach to this point where it's like, well, it's either not good enough or it's just not a sellable thing. Like people won't pay for Gateway when Istio exists, right? It could be that Gateway was great or is great, but not great enough to use over Istio, right? Maybe it's simpler, but it doesn't have more use cases, so everything that Gateway can do, Istio can do. Now, can you sell that to somebody? It would be really hard sell, right? Difficult to use. Hello, Istio. Hello. Look, Istio is super simple to use as long as you only do their examples and don't touch anything, okay? You've been doing it wrong. I'm here to help you. You've been doing it wrong. Oh, they're working with Istio? Ew. Now, enterprise Istio support is where the money's at. Nobody can do it correctly. Like, guaranteed. Nobody can do it correctly. So that's where you could really sell. Like, I've been doing it wrong. I should be selling my services as an Istio expert. Gosh dang it. I could be making $500 an hour instead of streaming to you all. My goodness. I should be doing this. The priorities we make. All right, let's talk about the last piece of open source. It's not CNCF. In fact, it's something more exciting than that. Something I don't use, but there's a huge fan base for. And I've actually thought about learning the basics, but probably not going to. But I still want to give them a shout out because I think it's cool. Helix, oh, I clicked on their thing. Helix had a pretty big update in their 25.7 highlights. So in 25.7, sorry, sorry, that was released in July, they had actually a lot of really cool things that were released. They had some really cool stuff. You could go check it out. I'm going to just give you a quick overview of it. But basically, they made Treehouse and new bindings to Tree Sitter, and it's pretty flashy. It's pretty nice looking. So it's also really fast. So they made it really fast for their fuzzy search and syntax highlighting. So that was pretty cool. They also added some stuff around document colors, and in my opinion, it was just pretty much a big update. So if you're using Helix, you should go get it because it looks like it's a pretty big update with a lot of nice to have improvements. If you don't know what Helix is, it's like NeoVim, except it's like just works out of the box and it has different key bindings. So if you know NeoVim, it's not like you're just going to use it right out of the box. The other thing that it tree sitter support. The debug adapter protocol. So the experimental support for the DApp, which we've talked about previously, is put into this. So that's actually pretty cool for like some pretty much like straight out of the box debugging. Who was Zed was the other person that had implemented DApp for an out of the box debugging. So that's actually really cool to see the DApp being used across these projects from Zed to this, where it's actually pretty awesome. So anyways, kudos to them. Huge shout out. They've done some really good work. The people that like Helix like it a lot. So there you go. That was all that I had for the news today. I will be doing, hopefully, as long as there's no more 12 hours in the hospital like we had last week, I will be doing this week, one of these evenings or mornings, I will be doing a couple like recorded short little clips that I want to do on like the AI has a pricing problem. If you're on during those times, I'd love to have you join. I want to include community chatting in that. I think that's really cool where you can like ask questions about the topic during it. So yeah. Perfect use of AI, setting up the settings for your project to let you debug with DApp. See you later, capability snob. Thanks for joining. All right. Let's get rid of this. I was gonna report more on cloud, but like I actually think that this is. I don't know how to report on what cloud is doing. My current thought is that Microsoft is firing people to buy more GPUs. I can probably actually back that up with data. I don't have it all compiled, but should I do that? Is that something people want to see, or is that just depressing to people? The thing is that Microsoft shoots for a certain amount of revenue and they want to keep that. It looks good for their investors. It makes their stock worth more, which makes them more money as well, and makes their investors more money, which makes their investors happy, which in turn keeps their job. Now, in my personal opinion, don't get me wrong, in really large companies like that, they probably should. There's probably a large group of people that aren't pushing towards company objectives. And those layoffs can be rough, where it's just like, well, this isn't aligned, and you either need to move and retrain, or here's a severance, and that's a really hard thing to do. And I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. But there's also the what I see like Microsoft and Amazon doing is they're putting a ton into these data centers and they're trying to keep their profit margins the same. And so to do that, they are letting a lot of people go. Now, they tout it as efficiency gains. Now, I've been tracking the efficiencies of people that use AIs. And at best at this point, I can say they get about a 5% efficiency gain. 5%. It's not a whole lot. It's not a whole lot. As like if you're using it to code. And that's at best because they also tend to have larger PRs. They tend to change more code and have more rework. So the actual numbers are like 7% efficiency gains. Like they write 7% more lines of code, but they also have like 10 to 20% more rework, and they have maybe less manageable code, which causes more problems down the road. So as I'm saying all this, I'm not even sure you can say that there's a 5%. I'm being generous when I say that there's a 5% efficiency gain. I don't care what you feel. I have data. At best, you have 5%. That's the reality of 2025, end of July, beginning of August. Now, maybe with some good training on how to leverage AIs, you could get it to 10%. Maybe. Your best enabled engineers are going to have a 10% bonus. I think that's possible. I think the right thing to do for a company is to take a hit on profit for future gains. So if you have intelligent people that are hardworking, that are driving products forward, you should keep those most definitely and drive your products forward. Good talent is hard to find and procure. And if that means you take a hit to your profits, you take a hit to your profits. Like, that's fine. You're expanding into this new thing and you're keeping people that are driving it. Now, I don't know the Microsoft layoffs. Maybe these were all people that weren't doing any work, that weren't doing anything or any of that type of stuff. I honestly don't know. And if that's the case, maybe those were the hard calls to make. I don't know. From an outsider's point of view, it looks like they didn't want to take a hit to their profit margin. And so to expand in AI, they had to cut somewhere. But I think that's really narrow focus. Like, you're betting instead of saying, hey, I'm going to play the broad market and keep, stock in a lot of company, you're saying, I'm going to sell off my stocks in all these other companies and I'm going to put all of them in this. You're putting all your chips on black. It's a play. If it works out, you'll make a lot more money. If it doesn't work out, you'll lose a lot more money. So I think it's a little short-sighted. Anyways, that's all. I don't know how to report on that, though. It's a lot of vibe. It's a lot of outside perspective. And I've never actually I've never worked in a big company, which is weird to say. Like, I've never worked in a big company. I wish I had, so I could be like, I worked at Blizzard to get some views or something. The largest company that I worked at is estimating 2,500 employees. 2,600 is a 2025 estimate. 2,695. I just love killing games. I just absolutely love killing games. I think that there should be like a self-eating portion in games. I think games should be shipped with a thing that specifically eats the game after a certain time limit, like erases the code. That's my take on that. If nobody, I'm being super facetious here, If anybody, I passed the Blizzard stage 2 interview. Fantastic. Fantastic. Just so people know, I was just being facetious. That was all. Oh, fantastic. I've actually I want to make an open source game. I have this vendetta against games with ads, and I realized that there are no. Let's say you're in the airport and you have like 7 minutes to kill before your plane boards. There are no games that don't have ads that you can just kill 7 minutes on. And I want to make a completely free open source game that you can kill 7 minutes on. Like, that's going to be my good deed to humanity, and I'm going to put it in the app stores. It'll make me 0 money, but like, I want to make just a couple small, you can kill 7 minutes if you like. Play a little game. That's my goal. Nothing amazing. The game code is probably going to be terrible. If a software engineer that makes games reads it, he's going to be like, this is such a noob. And I'd be like, absolutely absolutely a noob. I would be more comfortable writing game engine stuff. Like, give me some math. Absolutely. I say that, but I'd probably be bad at writing game engine code too. But anyways, I want to do that. I just want to write a couple small little games. I have some ideas of like really frustrating games. I find those to be fun to play. I'm going to use Avoidy as like the principal topic here, because like that game was designed to be frustrating to play. And I like that concept where the game mechanic is specifically designed to be frustrating to play. I want to play more of those. I want to play more of those. So and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till you've played it for 5 hours, and then I'm going to have it eat itself so you can't play it ever again. Joking again. Joking. All right. What we are going to do is I'm going to make. Just learn Pygame. I was going to learn. I actually made a game. You can't download it anymore because I didn't maintain it. I think I can get it because I downloaded it. Let me go to the App Store. I'm not even sure if I can get it anymore. I didn't maintain it. I did make a game a long time ago. Let's see. Is there like a My Library? I don't get many apps. So like owned by me. Let me see. Library. No, I want like My Library of Games. I'll have to look. I made it a while ago. I made it a little while ago. It was fun. I made it in Unreal Engine, which for a mobile game was probably dumb. I want to do it in, I don't know how to pronounce, I do Godot because that's the only way I can remember how to spell it. I believe it's pronounced Godot, but then I can't remember to spell it. So, yeah. I think as soon as 4.5 drops, I'm gonna do like a weekend learning it. There's also a Rust module for it, so like we're probably gonna try to do the Rust and see how that feels. If it feels really bad, we might just do Godot script. Or we could do C++. If it just comes with C++, that wouldn't be too bad. Okay, thanks to our community, there are many language bindings for tools like Rust. Okay, yeah. Like, we might just do Rust. Battlefield 6 is using Godot, really? No, I would have reported that in the news if I had seen it. Once I... See, I said Godot and I left the T off. It like, we could watch this. It looks like there's something about it. Cool. That's awesome. Well, so one thing that you have to realize is that a lot of times when you're looking at, and take this from a game building noob, but like, you look at Unreal Engine, but Unreal Engine is actually an ecosystem of a bunch of things. So like, when I made my 2D game in it, I actually used Paper 2D to do like the layout of the thing. So like, there's actually like a Paper 2D engine and whatnot, and then there's like a 2D engine, game engine, physics engine. So like, when you're talking about a game engine, a lot of times people are bundling a bunch of stuff together. And what you can actually do is you can actually use the pieces from that and use them in other engines as well, or with other things. So like, you know, I think the ID Tech engine is probably, if you're wanting to talk about some, or at least it was when I was more into game engines, the ID Tech engine was probably one of the most advanced 3D rendering engines around. And that's, again, not from a professional stance or take, like just from what I had seen and understood of it in the industry. But it didn't have all the other stuff to it. It didn't have an editor. So Godot comes with an editor, right? That's part of that bundle. So Godot bundles a ton of stuff. So you could very possibly use a piece of that and, you know, use it for something else. A lot of the editor stuff also doesn't get compiled into your final game. So when you're talking about like Unreal Engine, there's an editor, there's all of that type of stuff. I actually have Unreal Engine editor here. So like, we could actually, I've used Unreal Engine before. But the editor itself is another piece that bundles all of those pieces together, whether it's your physics engine, whether it's your rendering engine, whether it's your, you know, there's like a billion things, and I don't even know them all, the compositors and whatnot. So like, it's very likely, and I need to look up the Battlefield thing. It's cool. I don't know what they used for it. But it's very easy that they could have used a piece of Godot to do that. That would be my guess, my understanding. Or right, like it's just for scene editing. Right. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you can use a piece, and those wouldn't actually be compiled into the game. You'd just be editing the 3D environment. Like absolutely. That's really cool. That the cool thing is, the more somebody like Battlefield uses Godot, the more work that it gets put into it. Which is really cool. Like really cool. So we will be trying it. 4.5 is my target. My goal to make some really stupid, really simple games, publish them on Android for free. So if you want to kill 7 minutes somewhere, you have a fun little thing that's maybe mildly irritating. My gift to humanity. Some of you are like, why not Apple? It costs me $100 a year, right? I can't offer something for free that's gonna cost me. I mean, I could. Probably not going to, but I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I also don't have anything to test it on, but the Visa and MasterCard will have that. I did not step into that. My goodness, the gaslighting of MasterCard was brilliant. The gaslighting of MasterCard was brilliant. I'm just gonna go on a limb. Two things. One, I don't think that Visa and MasterCard want to do it. This has actually been going on in a different industry for a long time. There's a reason that on certain websites, you can only see certain type of content. And that is because those websites have to maintain MasterCard and Visa's blessing because they want to get paid, right? And so like, this isn't a new thing. Like people are just complaining because of the games. And like, but it's actually been going on. I was first alerted to it a couple years ago. And I actually don't think Visa and MasterCard want to be put in this position. I actually don't. I think they would prefer not to have to deal with this. Would be my guess. You know, the more things you buy with them, the more money they make. And so like, they would love that it wasn't a federal crime to buy marijuana and that you could buy it with your Visa and MasterCard. Or anything. Like, absolutely. That being said, MasterCard pulled off a brilliant piece of gaslighting where they were like, nah, we didn't do that. Are you serious? We never said those things. And then a bunch of people were like, here's all the receipts of you telling us that we couldn't do these things. It was pretty brilliant. It was pretty fantastic. I loved it. I will go on a limb and say that Visa and MasterCard will probably not have a problem with my game. They might if they played it and got frustrated and hate frustrating games. That's like, I can be upfront with you guys because I'm just going to be giving this game away for free. So it's not like you guys can go steal my idea and make it better than me and make money off of it. You could do that anyways. Let's not see that because I don't want you guys seeing that. There we go. My game is really, really dumb and frustrating. My game idea. I have a couple. We're going to do easy first as a learning, and then we're going to do the more complicated. But the easy the easy game is just the game where you basically have to like, you can draw a line here and you capture all this area and there's a thing that bounces around and you have to just keep drawing lines and so you're just gonna swipe. This is the easy game. And you have to get like a certain percentage of the board. Anyways, that's the easy game. That's just like a classic arcade game. And we're just gonna recreate that because it'd be easy. The one that I'm really excited about and I think will be really fun, and by fun, I mean amazingly frustrating to play, is where you're an intern at NASA. And you're an intern at NASA in charge of flying a space probe. And so you fly this space probe. And your goal is to get as far away from Earth as possible. And the further you get from Earth, the more input lag you get. The more input lag you get. So you're out here avoiding asteroids. Asteroids are like flying at you like this. Maybe the further you get, the aliens shoot at you or something. I don't know. The more input lag that you get. And so you have to manage input lag. And the other thing that I was thinking was like, if the asteroid is behind you, it blocks signal for a second. Like the second that it's behind you. It's just going to be really frustrating to play. Like nobody likes input lag. And the whole game is going to be based off of input lag of you flying your space drone into space. And then I thought, if people like that, we could make like some upgrades. Like you could earn points, like science points by flying to like upgrade your spacecraft with a better antenna or something. But maybe it makes it slower to turn. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That's the basic idea. Super frustrating. Super terrible. Nobody's gonna like it, but it's gonna be free. It's gonna be free. So you can leave your 1-star review. Literally nobody likes input lag. Absolutely nobody likes input lag. It's such a terrible idea. I know. It like everybody gets so frustrated with input lag. And the whole idea it's going to have a 1-star review. Like, it's just going to be a bunch of 1-star reviews, which I'm gonna be super excited about. I don't know why I'm getting I don't know why I'm getting such a kick out of just making a bunch of people frustrated with a free game. Anyways, I think it's brilliant. It's gonna have more than 1-star review. More than one 1-star review. Absolutely. People, I do believe my goal is to have it as the worst reviewed game possible. I actually think it, like, to me it sounds fun, right? Like the whole game mechanic is lag. And you're making a game of something people are frustrated with. I think it's brilliant, mostly because I thought of it. And I think it will be fun, but it could be just the worst game. Like, we might make it, and it might literally be the worst game. Like, it might not be fun to play, and that will be okay, because it will be free, and it will be rated very poorly. People will hate it. People will hate it. All right, let me make a cup of tea. I need about a 5-minute break. We'll play a little bit of Wordle. Breakout with no walls? Oh, Scott B. Let's make an entire line of frustrating games to play. Ooh, I like it. We'll make an entire line of frustrating games that no one will play. And then when they're like, "Wah, there's no free games without ads," I'll be like, there is. You just don't want to play it. And that's on you. That's literally on you. You can't come complaining to me that I didn't do my part to save the internet from ads. Laundry is the worst. I don't know. I actually don't mind. The older I've gotten, the more I don't mind laundry. Okay, guys, check this out. It doesn't start until there's a valid guess. You're welcome. You're welcome. This game has been getting better and better and better and better as we go. I'm going to take a coffee break. You guys can play Wordle. You know what? The only thing really holding this back is the framework that we used to build it. The framework we used to build it, the 2E framework, rough. It was made by this guy. Togglebit, welcome. How are you doing? Hey, you can see what it looks like now. You can see what it looks like now. Some random loser on the internet made it, and then a random user picked it up. That was a terrible guess. You were griefing everybody with that guess. Griefing everybody. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Oh, the game, I mean, it's not done. We don't have the leaderboard made yet. We don't have any feedback whether it was a valid guess or not, which needs to be added to this. So there's still a lot of work to be done on it, but I'm moving on to my Rust class because I really want to get that in a place where I can release it. So I've been moving and working on that more, which is what I'm going to do after this. But I'm going to go make a cup of tea for 5 minutes, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to work on the Rust class a little and hang out. So, have fun, play Wordle. Twitch, if you guys don't know, you get to play Wordle. If you type a 5-letter word, you get put into a poll. And basically, the word that gets voted for most wins and gets submitted as the Wordle guess. Now, the really interesting thing in here is that I don't know. I said the really interesting thing. That's pretty much the only rule, is if it's a 5-letter guess, it gets submitted. Oh, interesting thing is you can't vote twice. If you vote a second time, your first vote gets overridden. And the timer doesn't start counting down until the first person guesses in that round. There you go. Those are the rules. Other than that, it's Wordle. It's one of the worst games ever made to mankind. It's frustrating. It's one of the most frustrating. They make up the dumbest words that you have no idea even existed. Terrible game. Terrible game. Enjoy. I'm going to take a 5-minute, it might be more like 7 minutes. I'm going to make a cup of tea. So enjoy some Wordle while I do that. And yeah, enjoy. I think, Russell, what we need to do is come up with a new word list. I think that there's some really weird words on here. Second word is an O. Russell, you came up with a word. Like, I'm proud of you. Scott, it can't be an M at the start. Why am I in science? Am I in science and technology? What? What? Am I actually? Oh my goodness! Is this why I haven't gotten a single new follower in a month? Did you guys literally guess the same? Oh, did my guess came through late? I just blamed you guys for something I did. I am in the wrong category. Oh no. Oh my gosh. So, I don't know how I got onto that. Yeah, I was in the wrong category for sure. Oops. That sucks. It's bombs, you guys. It was an easy word. It was an easy word. Oh. Oh. I knew it was bombs all along. I knew it was bombs all along. Oh, am I allowed to say that on Twitch? Probably not. That's the nice thing about being a nobody streamer. Probably gonna get banned. Join my Twitch or my Discord just in case I get banned, so you know. Just so you know. The guy that coded this is a noob. 100%. 100%. I don't know if you guys have ever thought of the Peter Principle, but the Peter Principle applies to my entire career. I am so far up the ladder. I have no idea what I'm doing. I've never been good at anything, and I consider myself mid, which is probably elevating myself to a level that I don't deserve. Anyways, enjoy this. I'm gonna make a cup of tea. I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes. Talk a bit. It's great to see you. I haven't been able to join one of your streams recently. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. Oh, also, if you guys don't follow Toggle, go follow Toggle. You posted a word list? Yeah, I have the word list here. All of the words available in the New York Times Wordle game. But, Toggle bit. Does it have Atari and Merrick? Because mine has both Merrick and Atari. Very important. I'm gonna have to update it. Just so you guys know, Atari and Merrick are definitely valid words in my Wordle game. Have fun with that. Did I join back in right in the middle of a song? Okay, yeah. Oh, toggle bit. Nice job. Scott and Russell got it. Very nice. Oh, no, all three of you got it. Sorry, all three of you got it. I apologize. Check this out, check this out. I got this. It's gonna show you all. It is a bit of honeycomb that I had to scrape off the top of the hive because they were building it on the top of the hive, and I didn't want it there. So it's pretty cool. It smells really good. Anyways, yeah. It's like, no, don't build there. That's not where we want to build. Bees sometimes are funny creatures. We do collect this. Now, what you don't realize is, like, this is maybe, you know, I can go weigh it. I can go weigh it. This is like maybe an ounce, like in total, all of this. So like we do collect this, and over time it gives us some beeswax, but like the amount you get, a single hive can produce anywhere from like 20. It depends on the hive, the conditions, how well you manage it. But it can produce from 20 to like 125 pounds of honey. That's like 10 to 60 kilograms of honey. And it's only going to produce, unless you do weird things to it, it's only going to produce like maybe 2 pounds of wax. That's like from the end caps that you get and from the excess, like that where they build where places you don't want them to. You don't get a whole lot of wax from them. Now, obviously, you can actually trick them into building more wax by basically making them fill out frames and then taking those frames away before they put honey in them. You know, like these, you can see like this doesn't have anything in it. It never did. Like the bees were just building it out. We didn't want there's 2 ways for stuff to get in here. One, they'll put pollen and they'll put honey in them. And the worker bees will do that. The other way is for the queen to lay in them. Obviously, the queen hadn't done that because they'll get capped off. That's 50 kg. What did I say? I said like 10 to... Oh, I probably said 60. In general, I do 2. I know it's 2.2 technically. You said 10 to 50? Oh, okay. Sure. I mean, it's 25 to 125 pounds, right? So that's why I said 10 to 50. There's a range. It's a range. I don't know. I'm not very good at it, so I do well if I'm doing 10. I'm not a good beekeeper. $12 to $50. I'm there we go. My conversions are terrible. I'm an American. You have to forgive me. I'm an American. I can't do conversions to save my life. What? How many feet are in an inch? I don't know. 50. We could use that in Wordle. How was the Wordle game? Does it feel a lot better? Does this feel more fun than the last time we were playing it? Is it feeling almost there? I don't know how to deal with that, Russell. You need to stop guessing. Do you know what? There's a couple things that we could do that I've been thinking about. One is it has the permission to post in chat. So one thing that I was thinking is it could actually post in chat when the timer goes up. So like if you see it in chat, I don't know if that will help with your latency, right? I honestly don't know. It might not help, but there's some things that we can do. E is not going to set it off because it's not a valid guess. You got to try again. Yeah. Well, you got to up your Wordle game because as soon as we get a leaderboard in here, then it's going to be for real. No more of this playing around. No more of this playing around. You're going to have to play Wordle for stakes. Table stakes. Also, life hack. If any of you have had children, I have these tall coffee cups, and I sometimes make tea in them, which I know, sacrilege. But if you've had children and have baby spoons, they're like these silicone spoons, so like they don't hurt the baby's mouth, and they're long because like you're trying to feed a baby with it. They want to make it as challenging as possible for you to feed the baby, so they put a long stem on it. They make the best stirring sticks once you don't have children anymore. They make the best stirring sticks because they don't make a sound. They don't clink. They don't scrape on the porcelain. Amazing. Amazing. If you don't have children, I would go buy a pack anyways. And then when you have a girlfriend over, you can just say it's for your baby that you don't have. Maybe not the best dating device, but they're fantastic. I highly recommend them. Whoa, that was really close. Yeah. We need to bust out some code. Should we replay that song and bust out some code to do it? Let's do that. The song name is A Keyboard Warrior. You can't have it in here. You just have to switch out the U. Does it have slang? Russell, this is the word list you gave me. So, I do have a better word list now. Gauge. I added my name and Atari. It's a British slang term primarily used in Scotland and part of the north that generally refers to a man or a boy. What? Okay. Let's update this to 1 second. I have a new word list here that's supposedly better. All of the available words in New York Times Wordle game. Control A does not do this very well. How do I do this? Don't tell me I do it this way. Is there a download button? I do not see a download button. I'm gonna do it this way. The carpal tunnel's inducing. We're to the D's. Who gave me this word list? I believe this was to torture me. Okay, here we go. I didn't ask for ChatGPT. Firefox, stop trying to ChatGPT me. Okay. Where did we put the word list? Okay, games, Wordle, I believe assets. We stopped doing this though. We stopped doing this. And the reason we stopped doing this we did it in here, right? We did it in Wordle word. Wordle word is the word. This does all of our word list and stuff, right? Okay. I forgot about this part. So we have the full word list and the easy word list. We'll just do it full word list. And then we've got to go M-A-R-E-K. That should be one. Let's jump back up here. Atari should definitely be one. All right, any other... Is that how you spell Atari? I think that's how you spell Atari, right? Any other word for that should be in here for people like you and me, for people like us. I just want to make sure I'm spelling Atari correctly. Okay. Any other good word for us? Russie should be in there too. You can use CD minus and we'll get you back to the previous path you were before the last. Are you serious? I have not been told this in my entire career. I told you mid was too high of a level. I should never have said mid. I'm below mid. Well below mid. All right, gosh. So it's not a full history. It doesn't just like, it just goes back and forth between the last two. All right. We have now possibly a less dented word list in the full word list. This is like the simple, like easy word list. What I would love to do is also make like a nerd word list. Like I would love to put like all software engineering words and whatnot into this. You know, like I'd love to make like a nerd word list. And just make this like a bunch of nerd terms. I don't know. It's a thought. It's a thought. We don't have to do that right now. I thought that would be fun. Just to do like a bunch of technical stuff. Like Scrum. Wait. Yeah, that's 5. 5. I was like, wait a second. I said the words and then I was like, dang it. Alert, error, story, paged, agile. Okay, let's. These are good. These are good. I'm wondering if we could do something with like, if we could like get an AI to generate some. I'm looking to create a word list of 5-letter words that relate to tech, software engineering, and general nerd things. Here is an example. Spock. Oh, good point. Flake. Flake is a good one. Flake is a good one. Okay, yeah, so CI/CD would also. Is this valid? Is this valid? CI/CD. I don't think this is valid. I don't think this is valid. I mean, it won't accept it as a thing. These are actually pretty good. Okay, the nerd and gaming elite, maybe. I was gonna say elite would be better, but full list in TXT, please. 1 word per line. Out by 1 on lore. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It can't count. We'll have to go and like actually check, but it was a pretty good start. DevOps. We can just put DevOps. I don't know that would work though. Tech word list, we can just CP that. I said CD, not CP. I was like, why is it not? All right, Scrum, Agile, alert, error, storage page, merge, build, stack, fetch, debug, patch, token, flake, input, flush, shell, regex, scope, print, class. These are all. Lore is still in here. Auth in. Auth O. Auth the is what I was wanting. Yeah, auth the. I need at least 1,000 words, please. Also, make sure they are 5. C+. C-suite. It's Helm. It's Helm. Token? Is Token already in here? Yeah, Token's already in here. All right, I'll work on this. I'll work on this. But we'll have a nerd word list. That seems fair. Yeah, we'll have a nerd word list. This will be good. We do need to, let's see. We need to actually update this project then. I don't remember exactly how all this works out. All right, here we go. Simple for full nerd. So we have full word list, simple word list, nerd word list. Cool. We just got to do this pretty much. Maybe there's a better word, a better way of doing this. All right, that should be mostly of that there. And then all we have to do is jump over to lib and put this fully out here, right? Wait, is it done now? Is that all I needed to do? It still does not like these. Cannot find value. Wait, where did... Oh, right here. Forgot this one. There we go. Okay. Wait, was fetch in there? Fetch should be in there. Was fetch not in there? It's there. Yeah. Fetch, stack, overflow, override. I don't even know why I thought overflow was going to be going to be one. Panic. Returns too many letters. Trace. Trace is a good one. Linux, virus is another good one. Mouse, good one. This is not right. I don't know. I don't know what I did. I don't think it was right. Linux, virus, mouse, those are good ones. Fetch is a good one. Okay. Fantastic. This one's probably going to be too easy for my audience, honestly. My audience has got cargo. Oh, I don't even know why that one wasn't first. Oh, camel. Rusts. Rusty. Yeah. That's gonna stump a lot of people. C-suite. Good point. Do we have a Swift? Oh, that's a good one. Bits. Bits is 4 letters, so you know that's probably why we don't have it. I'm really terrible at this. Thank you. Godot is another fantastic one. Is there another language? Python, no. Oh, camel was one. R is no. There, I just listed all the languages I know. Vim script. Yeah. React. Gleam. Not really a language, but it's a good one. It's a good one. Okay. This is starting to be a good list. This is an open source project, so if you would like to add to the nerd word list, you can go do that over here. You can go over here. It is the Wordle word. So I forked this guy's project. This is just for work. His is like a spell check, but it worked really well for what I wanted with minor tweaking. So I just forked it. I didn't. Okay, I need to update the README, but I didn't commit it back because like I'm cannibalizing it. It's different than what you want. Anyway, so you can just go in here and it's just in this text files here. So like if you would like to contribute to the nerd word list, make a PR. Like go do it. Star the repo while you're there. I haven't even, there we go. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Don't do that because nobody needs to see this. There's abomination. Updated full word list to suck less. Get I forgot to add and add the nerd word list, but you know what? It's all right. It's all right. That's like the big thing. Cope. Oh, okay. You guys have actually some good ones. Let me do those really quickly. Those need to go in there. Excel. Excel is a fantastic one. COBOL, Emacs. Fantastic. Basic. What's fourth? Is that like... What's fourth? I don't know what fourth is. I'm assuming it's a thing you posted it. Excel is a good one. Excel is a really good one. Safe doesn't work. Java doesn't work. Agile is already on here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. We will add to this as we go. Actually, let me commit those. Cool. Awesome. All right, that was not my plan. My plan was to dig into a bug that I had in my one program. I was gonna say, there's a couple that would be really, really good. You know, like, I love more Git ones, like, to do some stuff with Git. The other thing that we need to do is, right now, you have to change the code to change which word list. It needs to be an option in the game as to which... So there's some updates that we need to do. There's some updates. Some features, but we're not doing those today. We're gonna jump over to our live learning, which we're not really doing live. It overflowed. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. All right. The thing that I had here... yesterday was... Let's see if this doesn't build. Right. Okay. I had a hard time with tonic frost. Was not... Oh, buffer over. I didn't even get the good joke. That was a really good joke. The buffer joke. Overflow. That was... Monta, that was fantastic. I apologize. I missed it. Just straight up missed it. No, it was fantastic. All right, I think what I'm going to do is look in here, right? So if we look in our output directory, We don't have an output directory. It's weird. Oh, the output directory is here. Right now, there's no... It looks like how this is working. It actually... Oh, package. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. So this is the weather binary. That is also not a directory. Where is our... It should be looking for a .rs. Oh, I see the problem. There's no weather.rs here. That's the problem. Is this where it's looking? So the interesting thing is this, like if it doesn't find it, it complains that it doesn't find it. Target, debug, build. Okay. This is where we can find it. Okay. What have I done wrong here? I was just skipping debug. Okay, my bad. All right, here we go. And now we're going to weather. All right. We'll just go... You know what we could do? I just want to look at the file. What is the latest one? Or is it impossible to tell? Which one is this one looking at? 0 EAD. All right. So, I found the file that we're including. That's the cool part, is basically this will tell us if it finds it, and it finds it. So it finds this file. So we're including this file. And this is generated by Prost in the build. So we have a mod weather client. What were we trying to do? We were trying to get the weather server. Right. So we should be able to do weather server, right? Yeah, this is what I would expect. Right, that's this right here. Which is what I was trying to do here. Fail to resolve use of unresolved module or unlinked crate weather. Now, if I followed their their examples correctly, that's what they do. And then they can use from hello. Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. I messed up. I copied and pasted a little too hard. I copied and pasted a little too hard. Just a little. That was the problem. Why does Twitch keep going to... It keeps going to science and technology. Like, it keeps going back. I keep editing it. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, well, that's on me. Cool. So now we can just do the tonic async trait. All right. Now if we jump to this, oh cool. Now it actually jumps to the compiled code. Not sure that this is that easy to read. I wanted to see in the weather service here, in the weather server, what types were. We have a weather server. In here, it looked like in the greeter server, they had greeter and greeter server. I just wanted to understand. Oh, okay. I see. I don't know why this is not clicking for me better. It's fine. I can just go forward. It's fine. Right? And then, oh, okay, I now get it. I now get it. So this is where the server is being leveraged. I see. I see. That makes more sense. I wasn't looking at the main function here. I was like, this just is the one. I see. I see. I see. I see. Okay, okay, okay. This is making way more sense. Okay. Simple. And now this should what is this? What is it called in here? Let's see. Maybe I didn't understand. Let me look at their protos here really quickly. Right, they have a service. Oh wait, what did I call my service in my proto? Package weather. What? Ooh, hey pup, hey pupper. You want to come up here? You want to come up here? Come here. You say hi. You saying hi? You checking my desk for food? Is that what you're doing? Yeah, you're checking my desk for food. Since you're up here. Yeah. I'm a good boy. You good puppers. You good puppers. He didn't find any food. He's disappointed. He thinks that if he's blocking my view, he can eat something off my desk without me noticing. It's a brilliant plan. It is what he literally tries to do. He literally tries to do this. This is my problem here. Oh, dude. So he's actually really smart, but that gets him in so much trouble because he's like the smartness of like a 5 or 6 year old where they think they're being sneaky and you're just like kind of give you kudos for at least attempting. He's been trying this thing where like he'll try to take something like this and hold it just entirely in his mouth and sneak past somewhere where he's like, it's complete, but his mouth is like a jar. Like his whole like he's not actually hiding the fact that he has something in his mouth because he doesn't normally walk that way. He's like breathing a little differently because like anyways, he's like a 5-year-old. He tries. Okay, let's see. All this is wrong. Let's get out of this. Now we should be able to include the weather service. I was... I think. Oh, we are in the weather server. There we go. Let's do this. Do we need to do like a build? We can delete this impl. Unresolved import weather server. Could not find weather server in weather. But it's right here. Good sir, it's right here. Unresolved import weather server. Could not find weather server in weather. And still no weather service. What did I screw up here? I screwed something up. This is good though. It will help me step people through it. What I tell myself at least. My coping mechanism. I feel like, yeah, we have the compiled pros. Maybe this is keeping it from building the SQLX. So like maybe we need to we need to not here either, actually. Right, this is where we would do that. And then we do something like that. And then we do cargo build. Oh, wait. Use of unresolved modular unlinked cracktonic frost. We have tonic cross build. We have tonic cross build. We have tonic and we have cross, but we don't have tonic crossed. Maybe we need that as well. Okay, that did clean up those two. Now, this is still interesting to me. Ah, it has now been updated to weather service server. That seems weird. I didn't think it was supposed to do that. Is it because, like, here, their protos look like this. So the package is hello world, and their service is greeter, right? And then in the tonic crossed build thing, they have a package of hello world. So they import hello world as hello world, and then they use hello world greeter server. Oh, okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. Let's not do weather service server. That's dumb. That's dumb. I really want this to be weather. It's the weather service. I think maybe our other build, our other issue was yeah. I think our other issue with the tonic crossed was causing an issue here. Because now we should be able to just go in here as weather, right? Yeah, we have the weather and the weather service. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I was having so much trouble with that. And I think Tonic Cross was making it where it wasn't updating, which was weird because it had generated some code, but it just wasn't regenerating it anymore. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Okay. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. I always forget it's tonic async trait. Weather for weather service. This looks almost right. We'll do the we accept it, and they'll say, hey, they accepted our response, and then we'll fix it. As it is. Okay. So we got the get weather, which is the correct thing. That's the request. Sorry, somebody maybe important texted me. Nope. Okay. And then we're gonna return a weather response. Works well. Let's do this. Why are we getting so many reds on these? Cannot find weather request in module weather. Why not? Oh, it's get weather. This is dumb. It's not really dumb. This is how I name everything. Okay, that's fine. Get weather request. Yeah, I royally screwed up. Cannot find get weather response in module weather. Oh, really? Get weather request, get weather reply. I called it reply. I feel like response is actually better. I feel like I was just dented when writing this. I'm gonna just steal that. Alright, get weather response has no field temperature. I don't know. It doesn't. It probably should be temperature. We might as well spell it out. Doesn't cost us anything. Does not cost us anything. Humidity. Okay. We do need this to rebuild though, so like I think we just need to do like force it to rebuild over here. It's weird, like it's not giving me this as an error, but it's LSP restart. It's giving me errors, but it's not allowing me to go to them. Which is expected a string for temperature. Did I really make this a string? I might have made this a string. You know what we really need to do? You know, we're just gonna do this. Are these not all optional? Is this protobuffer 3? Is this not 3? I said proto 3, right? Missing fields. Isn't protobuffer 3 always optional? I thought that was the change in protobuffer 3. Am I just like, am I really wrong on this? Right, everything is optional. A rust. Oh, I'm dented. I'm dented. I see. This is actually a really good thing to go over, though, right? If we're doing like a Rust class, like this is a good thing to point out. I mean, it at least tripped me up. Why is get weather response taking me to Rust box? I know why. It hasn't recompiled yet, so it's out of date. I just want a list of all the stuff. There we go. We'll just hard code some stuff. They're all strings for right now. Fantastic. We got visibility, wind direction, wind speed, pressure, humidity. Done. Okay. Yeah, and all these red lines aren't real red lines, which are really, really confusing. But I'm hoping with the rebuild now that those go away. Maybe if we restart Vim? Sometimes you just gotta restart Vim. That's the solution. Okay. Cool. Let's see, No, this is not what I want to do. I want to do like, I don't know, this is pretty hacky, I feel, but this is kind of the API that I'm giving. Let 1, 2, no, not that. Let request URL equals format. I think this is really hacky, but I'll do it a better way when I think of one. Yeah, basically this, right? It's just this with the longitude and latitude input, right? And then this becomes not quite like that. Oh, Latin long. Okay, it should be latitude and longitude. Like this is for education. Otherwise, I might just leave it as Latin long, but like I'm helping, or gonna be trying to help some people out. Might as well have them latitude and longitude. In a real project, they should be that anyways. I was just being lazy, and I don't know how to spell the stupid words, so... Alright, and those are going to error until we rebuild and then reset VS, or VS Code. Vim, because that's how it's working right now. That's okay. And then we can use this response to respond. Right. Now this is where we're going to have to like break it down into... we're just going to parse the JSON. If we do this right now, cargo run bin weather, we'll actually get the thing out. We could build a JSON structure for this, like we did for the other one. But I thought what would be cool here is just to parse over the JSON objects and get the information that we need. I don't know. Maybe that's the wrong way of doing it. I'll think about it more. We're gonna start that way for today. We're gonna start that way. We could do like a JSON object for this. The weird part is they use fast buffers. To actually hit their API, we'd have to use fast buffers. There's no good, easy way for us to do that right now. We could do it by hand. I thought about doing that. This is fine. We do want these two things though, right? Right. Okay, so now if we have these values, let's see, we have an object with an array with current in it. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be kind of gross. Yeah, this is gonna make me want to do the, the actual JSON thing, because then what I was gonna do is like basically just go over and fill these things out. That's kind of gross. Do we just build this structure? Is there a JSON object to Rust class struct? All right, let's try this. Does not expected. Okay. I think it doesn't like that, which is fine. This is not true JSON. We didn't print it out as true JSON. You know, like this is not. Okay. Can we print this out better? Let's see. Actually, if we do something like this. Can we just print it out like this, and will this be actually JSON? Oh, let's see. This looks better. Wait. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. This is not the body. Can I not do that? I can't do that, can I? Bytes. Can I do that? Okay, can I do this in a pretty way? Will text do? Will text do? Please? Okay. Wildly close, but not right. I don't know if this will handle it or not. Let's see if there's a thing that will clean up the JSON. JSON pretty print. I just want to clean up the backspaces. Yeah. Let's see. Can I get this to stop putting the escape characters in? Text and bytes definitely. So we can get it into JSON this way. But now, maybe, I don't know off the top of my head. Can I, like, it's in this value. Is there a way to, like, to text? Is there some way to, let's see, okay, error, okay. I don't, let me look up Surdy. Surdy value to text string. Oh, there's a Surdy JSON to string. Let's try Surdy JSON to string. That's what I needed. Does it need unwrapped? Arguments function are correct. Mismatch type. Expected a reference. Shame on me. Shame on me. Maybe I misread what this was doing. Let's see. My struct equals Surdy from string my struct. Okay, so this is not a JSON string. It's a struct to, but that should be fine. I have a struct, right? What is this? Oh, this is the result. Oops. That's why. Okay. Let's just test this. Come on. It works. But it still did all the escaping. Oh, good point, good point. Will it work? We'll find out. I mean, it should with the to string, right? The other way it wouldn't work. I don't think it would. You're a genius, Future Highway. But since we updated to string, it should work. And then this should take that. I don't know if this is gonna work, but if this works, I will be happy. All right. Yeah, public struct root. We're gonna call this weather. Weather JSON. All right, and then here we should be able to do this to. And then up here, we can do pub mod weather. I think I just called it weather, right? Yeah. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, 1 second. That was a bad naming on my part. Very bad naming on my part. What should we call it? API. Should have made it underscore, shouldn't I have? It doesn't. Wait, why is this erroring? Oh no. Oh no. We don't have imports. There we go. And I don't think we have Certi. Yeah. And we do need the derived. Fantastic. What version of Certi? We're on 1.0 is fine, right? Yeah. We'll keep up with the latest patch. Fantastic. All this should be good now. Okay, fantastic. That should be good. We should be able to run this and get the same thing printed out, right? Nope, not that. Not that at all. I meant we should be able to run this. Invalid type. Loading point. Expected I-64. Okay, honestly, this is okay. We did a quick and dirty to get to this. We can fix these. Invalid type floating point. Which one was this? It doesn't tell me what one? It doesn't tell me which one? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. Almost all of these should be F, I think. UTC offset, that's probably an I. That's probably an I. This feels like an F. This feels like an F. This feels like a F. F. I'm wondering if all of these have like a 0.0, honestly. The API could be... Like, when I looked at it, when it's been printed out, right? Yeah, point. UTC offset is not a point. But latitude, longitude, those are decimals. Oh, wind direction is a degrees. Wind gusts. These aren't even things. Let me see. This is what units. Sorry, this is in the units. Those are all string. Yeah. Yeah, wind guess. Wind direction looks like it's not a F. So wind direction is not, but showers, these are all Fs, all Fs, all Fs. Weather code is not, and direction. Code and direction are integers. I don't know about that. Direction is an I. And code is an I. Cloud cover. What was cloud cover? Cloud cover is an I. Interval is an I. Interval is an I. Okay. Is day is a 1 or a 2? Oh my gosh. Okay. So maybe this works now. Maybe this works now. Who knows? Didn't. Mission. It's mission. Field. Apparent temperature. Line 1. Apparent temperature. Line 1. Current units. Apparent temperature. Okay. Current unit. Apparent temperature. Oh, it is not missing. It is there, good sir. Good sir. Good sir. Apparent temperature is there. Oh, wait. Apparent temperature is also here. Oh, wait. Let's see if apparent temperature... Oh, wait. Apparent temperature is here, too. Oh, wait. Is it saying that the thing I got back is missing apparent temperature? Now, this could be the case. This could be the case if the thing the AI did isn't the exact same as this here. So this has apparent temperature here. And maybe I didn't request it here, right? It looks like I did. So let's do this. Let's copy everything from here. This should all be the same. And I know this... Oh, wait. We're still just running this here. This doesn't have any of the... Okay. Oh. Vivex, how are you doing? How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing better than I'm doing. Oh, you know what the best item for jumping back into a project is? Hands down. Always the best. When jumping, procrastination. The longer you put it off, the easier it's going to be to get into that project because you've let background threads work. That's what I tell myself every single time. Now, I believe it's actually getting here. One second. I actually think I've been misreading this. Maybe I've been misreading this. Oh, wait. Hello. Error, request data, error, decode source, missing field apparent temperature. Oh, wait. This here, why did it not print no worky? This feels like different outcome to me. This is a different error, right? It's on an error value. Maybe I wasn't reading it properly. Now, what we can do, this is not working. Because it's saying it doesn't have the apparent temperature. Now, I don't know which apparent temperature because there's two. There's the apparent temperature in the current units and the apparent temperature in current. And I don't know which one it's missing. Let's go back and do serde JSON value again, where we know we're going to get this stuff printed out. I want to take this and pretty print this. So we have an apparent temperature here. We have an apparent do we have an apparent temperature anywhere else? No. But we are getting an apparent temperature. I'm confused as to what the error is telling me. I am confused as to what it is telling me. Right? Because when we go here, it's telling me it failed to decode because it's missing the field apparent temperature. If we go here, we have apparent temperature twice in here. Just like we would expect. Now, is it telling me it didn't find it in the incoming data? Or is it telling me that it has this field and it can't find it in my data struct? Or option 3, it's neither of those two and I'm missing something else. Serde ignores extra responses. Okay. Wait. Look at this. This is coming with underscores. Oh. This is like made for Rust API. This API is not my API. I would never send JSON with underscores. Just to be clear, that's a heinous crime against humanity you shouldn't do. Oh my goodness. I fixed it. I fixed it. It's rustified. This is not my API we're hitting. This is like a web service. They're returning it with underscores. That is a crime against humanity. I just want to point that out. That this is a cursed API. It is a cursed API. You 100% camel case that. That is the spec, yes. I mean, you don't have to do it. You can do whatever you want in JSON, but or yeah, it's not Pascal. Camel case is where the first one is small and the rest is large. That's what you do in JSON. No. I am just saying that if you make a JSON object that other people are doing, you don't put underscores in it. That is not how other serializers work by default. That is not the standard the industry uses. And I love Rust, but no thank you. Don't pull that on people. Don't do that. Even in my internal Rust projects, I don't do that. The thing is, I like snake case. I actually really do, because for me, I find this request URL, it's easier to read than this. Because big characters aren't actually always like in this. The T is also tall. So to me, knowing where this word splits is very difficult for me to see at a quick glance. Whereas knowing where this word splits is super easy. So like, I'm a big fan of snake case, just in general. But I also am a big believer in doing it how the group of people does it. I don't just... It's like returning like this. I like returns. I've gone back and forth. I really like to do... I like this. Now, I know that Clippy will get mad. And I've been trying to just use Clippy as Clippy is. I still prefer the return because it's very evident to me where that function is supposed to end in my eyes. And you don't get these like, oh, but see, like this is a bug because I have a semicolon, so I'm not actually returning the stupid thing. You don't have those things. I like the explicit return cases, but I also try, especially like, so this is a Rust class. I'm going to do it the Rust way because just trying to help educate people. Write a NeoVim plugin? I'm not smart enough to write a NeoVim plugin. Not smart. We already covered how mid I am and how I'm actually probably under mid, but I like to pretend that I'm actually mid. I'm really good at pretend. I'm really good at this game. I'm just really good at this. Yep. wait a second. Shouldn't this not be a... Wait, what object is this? It's a box of a T of an A that's a global that contains a unique TA. Okay. Cool. Okay, cool. Perfect. That is not what I expected, to be honest. I expected just to have one of these things. I just expected to have one of these things, to be honest. So let's just try. Current. We'll just return the apparent temperature, right? I think. Is everything in this a string? Everything in this is a string, isn't it? We should fix that. We should fix that now. We know what we want. I don't know. This is not working quite as I expected. Let's change this to weather JSON. Am I shadowing something? Just real quick, sanity check, make sure it's not, current on, okay, so it's a result. Okay, so we haven't, this has a result. That's fair. We'll expect to fail to parse that. All right. It wasn't saying result. I don't know why. It seems like with Tunic, it seems like Tonic, not Tunic. Tonic. It seems to be struggling, like it's making the language server kind of grouchy. I think it's making it kind of grouchy. I feel like it's making it kind of grouchy, but okay. Anyways, let's see. We now know this is gonna be F. Let's actually just put these in there and then we'll fix their types because they're just wrong in the proto buffers. Current relative humidity, very nice. Pressure, the AI should be able to do this. I don't know what the measles are, but that's what this reminds me of. Yep. Wind speed, current wind speed at 10 meters. We don't do ground level, I guess. I know we don't do ground levels wind speed. Nobody wants to know what the wind is going to feel like when you step out the door. We want to know what the wind is going to feel like when you jump off your roof. That's not me recommending you jump off your roof. But that's the only wind. If you're looking at your phone and like, oh, look at the wind speed. That wind speed is at your roof. Okay? Just so you know. I learned this just trying to do this. Visibility, unwrap ore. Oh yeah. Sweet. We get it. Okay. This is gonna tell it. This is a floating point. Relative humidity. Oh. This one's at 2 meters. Again, we don't want to know down here where we're at. We want to know what's up there. This one's also afloat. Okay, that's fine. This one's also afloat. Pressure, that's fine. Okay, float. Wind speed is afloat. This is wind direction is an int. Okay. The available, I'm gonna have to look at that one. That seems wrong. So these are all floats. Int. Fantastic. Okay. Wait, is float? Yeah, float's not deprecated, right? Really, these should be a double, shouldn't they? Since they're I64s technically. Or F64s. Wait, one of these we said was an int, right? Wind direction is an int. Right. That was the one. Now that should fix a lot of these. Okay, good. Expected I32, found I64. Okay, that's fair. I screwed that up. I'm used to doing I32 in protobuffers. Honestly, I almost think that protobuffers shouldn't have... It should be like double. It should just be an int. And it should support a 128, right? Because it's dynamically packed, it doesn't actually matter if it was a... Like, there's intent, but we're talking messages between servers. I don't know if that intent holds true as much. So, like, the difference between an int64 and an int32 doesn't matter as much. Because they'll actually take the same amount of space on the wire, right? Now, the only thing I can say is intent on the other side. Because then basically you'd be getting a bunch of int64s, but they don't have U8s and I8s and stuff like that. So I feel like you lose that intent anyways. I don't know. I'm probably crazy. I mean, I know I'm a little crazy at least. Okay. That should fix that. Expected I32. Okay, that one will be fixed. No visibility on current. What is on current? Wind speed, weather, time, temperature, surface pressure, snowfall, showers, relative rain, pressure, precipitation, is day. I love that is day is an I64 for a 1 and a 0. Just makes me excited. We'll probably just do cloud cover. That sounds like... Let's just do cloud cover. Let's just do that. And what we're going to do instead... Instead of visibility, we'll just do cloud cover. Why you could probably do some Certi attribute to convert that to and from a bolt. Probably. This is not my API I'm getting. I'm hitting a public API for weather, right? Now I could convert it, sure. We might. I'm just trying to actually get their data. Just trying to get their data. That's all. Bro, these should probably be floats, right? Yeah, simplifying the sources of strange decisions. Yes. I think it's because they actually use, my guess is they use fast buffers. And my guess is that's what fast buffers has, right? I'm not as familiar with fast buffers. It would be strange that they wouldn't have a bool. It would be strange. Fast buffers has to have bool. I don't know why, honestly. Oh wait, cloud cover is a string, right? Yes, there is. I was so sure. I was so sure that it was just incorrect. Found I64. Mismatch type. Oh, cloud cover. Found what? No, it's a string. Oh, cloud cover is an I64. What? Okay. My bad. My bad. It's probably a percent of 100. And as far as I've seen, they're usually doing a percentage like 58.76 would be their percentage. Would be my guess. We gotta validate that though. Let's see. What is cloud cover in here? Can we find cloud cover? Yeah, cloud cover is a percentage. Oh, it's not a percentage. I mean, it's not a point because it's int. I wasn't even thinking about the words I was saying as I was saying them. And yeah, I64 for some reason. We could, so the only hesitation I have of like making this an I32, which would be reasonable. I don't know. Like, I can tell you right now that it's a 64. I don't know that it doesn't need to be. Like, I don't know what 64 means. Honestly. I don't know what this data coming back means. It could be out of 10,000. Even then, it's I32. I can't imagine it can't be an I32. I can't imagine. Should we just make these I32s? Oh, dude, I can't imagine them not being U8s. 100%. Well, maybe U16s. U16s. But probably U8s. Right, I imagine it's percent, right? It's percent. We have cloud cover percent. So yeah, it's out of 100. A U8 is completely fine. Okay, my question here is I'm trying to help people learn Rust. And I want to do it in an actual real project that has real world things. That's why I'm using gRPC, just to show them how to integrate. It's why we're hitting an external API, just to like do it and show those things off and help them do it. I think that answers my question. I think we should convert them, because then we can show them like, okay, you know, we're going to take these things and we're going to make them better here. So I think that's actually good. So let's do this as an int32. Do we make this an unsized? Unsized? I don't know why I said that. A uint 32, because I don't think it can be negative. I think we'll just take it to an int 32 for right now. Wind direction. Let's look at wind direction. Wind direction. I'm guessing this is out of 380. Right? Or 380, 360 degrees. Let's look at what that is. Wind direction. Yeah, it's out of degrees. So, we'll also make this a 32. Yeah, you know, I like to, just to keep people on their toes, make it 380 degrees in my circles. You know, I just divide a degree up to mean slightly different. And so one full rotation is 380 degrees in my head. I told you I'm lying when I said I'm mid. I'm not even mid. I don't even know how many degrees. Sitting here thinking about the radians. I've moved on from degrees. If it's not in radians, like, please do not get it close to me, because radians ruined me. Radians ruined me. All right, and we're building still. No, we're not. Oh, okay, because we gotta do the conversion. It was a little. Now this is potentially dangerous. Should we, how do I do this? Because like taking something down from a larger is dangerous. Now we know that it's not, so I just need to remember to talk about going from larger to that would be great. This is not the, like, honestly, they actually have a cool thing that builds this URL for you, but they don't have like a open API spec or anything like that. And honestly, like, I don't know. I've never made a weather endpoint, but the interesting thing is it's REST, but it's actually more RPC, because like it's just a bunch of options that you request at this one thing. The forecast, which includes current, I don't know. I don't know it's a weird API. It's a weird API. It's the only one that I know of that people can get for free without having to pass up a token. So if people want to clone this and just get running, it was the one to do. And I've always been open, like, this is a to-do app, and basically it's going to document the current weather when you complete a task. Like, it's stupid. I get it. It's a full application though that has two services communicating plus communication to a third service. It shows you how to do proto buffers in Rust. It shows you how to do HTTP in Rust. It shows you how to write to a database. It's kind of a whole package. Now, if in a couple weeks you guys come up with something better than weather, let's do it. I'm not going to be hurt. I'm not going to be sad. I'm going to be a little sad, but not too sad. As I-32 is not going to fail, right? There's no expect here, right? It's just you could lose information, right? That's what I thought. Maybe Rust handles that differently. Rust down. We could just do from. Maybe this is better. We cannot do this. I guess from my perspective, this is safe. Because the values will be 360 or 100. And this is cleaner. I don't want to teach people bad habits, though, if this is a bad habit. I would do this in a production thing, probably. But I'm mid, so... Maybe that's my problem. Yeah, I mean, that's, oh my goodness, take me to, we could do this, and then we could just update the serialization. We couldn't use serialize and deserialize then, so we're putting a big overhead on ours, because this is just what Certi is doing, right? This is just what they're sending. Does Certi have a good way of handling that? I don't know, honestly. Without a good way to handle it without writing the whole serialize and deserialize. Yeah, it will complain. Will it? I don't know if it will complain. Will it complain? I don't know. Let's try. I don't know why it would complain, because it is a 32. It is what was being sent as like a spec. I don't think any of these numbers can be more than a 32 of either of these. I see what you're saying. Their spec said that they were this, but that should be fine, right? Okay, and we gotta update the protos. I don't know if these actually use that. I don't know. I don't know if you need the double precision for the latitude and longitude. I think it's like, technically you can. I don't know. I don't know. Right, so this should be fine. And I don't even know where the double floating point, like, this isn't a double floating point. Like, I don't know where that line is crossed. I don't know off the top of my head. I know it's a pretty big number. Yeah, like I said, it's a little bit strange, but I think that this is probably good. I don't think any of these are going to. Hey, look, it's free. I'm taking it. It's free. Don't hate on the I didn't want somebody to have to pay. To leverage it. Okay. Awesome, awesome. Well, I-16 doesn't matter because that's not in the protobuffers, right? Protobuffers only does an I-32, and we're sending this across the protobuffers, right? So, I think. Where's their list of types? Here we go. Yeah. I agree. You know, some of these, like the ones that can only go up to 100 because they're a percentage, should be like a U8. I agree. I don't disagree. But since we're in the confines of protobuffers here, it does, like, I could read it as a U16 if we wanted to, but then, like, we're just gonna get it from the API and then shove it into a protobuffer, so it doesn't really matter because of that. So I actually, you know, to be fair, to be totally honest, I like being totally honest because then my memory is pretty bad, so if I make a lie, I'm bound to forget what I said. Anyways, to be totally honest, I have never made a Rust protobuffer service that's talked to another Rust with protobuffers. That being said, what gRPC and combined with protobuffers is actually really cool. You get a type-safe communication protocol that's RPC based. That's binary. And it's pretty easy, and it allows other teams. So a lot of times I think in terms of other teams leveraging the thing that I have, it allows other teams. Come here, puppy. Come here. Come on up. Yeah, get up here. Good boy. Good boy. It lets other teams leverage your thing type safely, and I really, really like that. There are other things that do it, for sure. I grew up in the Kubernetes ecosystem, so I've used gRPC a lot. I've used protobuffers a lot. That's why I could, like, tell you that, you know, it doesn't have that. But yeah, so I mean, like, to me, it's just the go-to. Have I done it in Rust? Yes, but only in my own playthings. I've never done it in any production code, so, you know. Maybe there's a better one specifically for Rust. You could be 100% right, and I would be like, okay, I don't like shared crates. I very much don't like shared crates. When you're talking about different teams, you're the same person. I get it. Your projects, I get it. For me, I very strictly hold to our team should be independently deployable. And by that, I mean, like, you can't share stuff. And if you do share stuff, it has to be versioned and it has to be treated like an X. So like, if I as team A were to make something that's shareable, it means that it needs to be versioned with Simver. And the people leveraging it can't leverage it from the code. They have to leverage it from the published artifacts that like exterior people would leverage. That's the only way to share code, in my opinion, from a team base. And like I'm saying, there's definitely reasons why you wouldn't do this and whatnot. I've never worked at really big companies. Like I said, the largest company I've worked at is like 2,000, I think it was said 2,600 people. We're talking 100 to 1,000 engineers. So I can't sit here and tell you like, oh, when I'm working at Google and I've worked at Blizzard, and when I was working on these really big projects, I can't tell you that, but I've worked at just a large enough scale where maintaining that independently deployable is kind of important for different teams, where you're getting just enough people where it's like, okay, I want you to be independently deployable. And if you're independently deployable, it means you can't depend on their code. And if you do depend on their code, it needs to be in, like I said, a Simver, like we're leveraging it like an exterior person, not an interior. I Git submodules. Git submodules are the worst. You should never be using Git submodules. That's your problem right there. Yeah. Everything's a service. I'm very careful about encouraging people to engineer by fashion. It's something I really, really dislike. And I think that when you look at these companies like Amazon, you can look at them and learn stuff that can help you solve problems. But what you also have to realize is that these companies solve problems that had history themselves. And so like when Amazon solves a problem today, they have ways they work together and things like that. And there's a whole history as to why they solved the problem that they did and the way they did. And two, very few of us are at Amazon scale. So while there's learnings that we can take, well, maybe you and Jim Bob or whoever you're making something with want to make a stupid mono repo that literally does Git submodules, and it's fine. It's fine. We're all talking about, you don't need to adopt it because Amazon did or Google did or OpenAI did. They're solving their own problems. What you can do is learn the base principles off of that and take those base principles to the next level. That's like the important lesson. Anyways, let's see. Let's find somebody to raid. Sorry, I kind of rambled and ranted more than I programmed. Although when I did program, it was pretty rough. I think tomorrow we're going to cover the tech survey, if you guys want to go over that. If you guys want to go over the Stack Overflow developer survey. Quick question before I come prepared tomorrow. Do you guys want me to come prepared to talk about specific things on the tech survey, or would you just like to review it with me? Which would you prefer to do? Live? Okay, so we'll do that. I don't have the exact time yet. I'll work with my wife on it, but it will probably be in Sunday evening. So I will ping when we're ready. Actually, I might do it during the heat of the day So I might do it like 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll let you guys know. I'll ping in the Discord. I'll let you guys know. I'll see you guys tomorrow for that. If I have the time, I will also do some things that I've wanted to talk about, but until then, go say hi to Tom. Give him some love and appreciation. He is not a mid-engineer, unlike me. He's right up there. He does some really cool stuff with Rust. Say hi to him, and I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. Bye.